See. Hey, welcome in, welcome in. All right, kicks rolling. Hey, welcome in, everybody. All right, let's get to it. Zoom on down in here. So, yesterday, guys, was, as obviously many of you know, extremely disappointing for CPI. Really wanted some more volatility than we got. Really, it was just a chop session the entire New York AM. We did form some high time frame SMTs at the highs yesterday, and it looks like we have now closed these off, which is good for the upside. So this thing is running right now, man. Extremely bullish on the 4 hour. We are now above previous day high on both indices, which looks great for upside continuations. And guys, anybody that has been watching for a couple weeks, like on the 4 hour on NQ, let me put my demonstrator thing on. Here we go. So we have these triple relative equal highs that have been a long-term target of mine. This wick that we threw into these highs last week, which is actually our previous week high now, um, that we didn't have a single 1 minute candle close above these levels. So I'm calling this, I consider this to be kind of fraudulent, not really a true sweep on those liquidity pools. So I'm still highly interested into these highs. And then as far as yes, obviously we made a new all-time high, but we still have the corresponding high of this previous week high. We have that over here on ES that we could aim at as well. So I'm going to get rid of some of these. It's not current high of week anymore. Swept this previous day high. We're above that. Um, and then I'm going to get rid of this current high of week. And this is going to make this previous day high. So the structure on NQ is looking very good to me on the high time frame. I really like it. For me, I'm usually using FEGs, but when a breaker forms, especially on these higher time frames, I definitely take notice of it. So low, lower high, lower low, taking the body of these candles as my breaker block. Once we broke structure, that's when the breaker actually formed. You can see we pulled back into that. Had a little chop yesterday. Obviously, I was looking for this delivery yesterday off of this breaker. Clearly, we didn't get it. Tapped it a few more times, and now we're getting a um, pretty good response out of that I like. Let's look at the 1 hour here. We do still, yeah. So we still have that S&T at the data wick from yesterday right here. I'll mark this out. We formed this yesterday when ES swept. So bullish SMT there. I like that at the data low for like an intraday level. The 12 to 12:30 opening range that I'm a big fan of using. Um, I like what this is showing for a bullish trending day. When I take the 12 to 12:30 AM or ICT calls it midnight opening range, you would expect very little opportunity to buy underneath it, meaning there's not going to be many candles or wicks underneath it in theory. So this to me looks pretty freaking good. It formed here, right? And you got a couple of opportunities obviously in there to get long inside the range, but underneath the range, very little time spent underneath that. Let's check ES here. Yeah, ES, you didn't even get any opportunity underneath 12 to 12:30 opening range. So that looks bullish to me. So we're now pulling back on this 1 hour candle. What is that showing me? Honestly, this to me is just stacking another relative equal high on the NASDAQ to those already triple relative equal highs that we looked at right here. So to me, that's just adding more fuel to look for upside trades for me. Obviously, we don't want it to pull back too hard where we start questioning, is this just a liquidity sweep of previous day high and now this thing's going to fall? We still want it to close the hour bullish on that 1 hour candle, but leaving a little wick up there honestly just gives us something, an additional level to aim at. So I'm all for that. The 30-minute, this candle is a freaking monster bull candle. I think we'd have to go closing that wick off now. Really want it to leave some of these levels and not run through them. I don't, even if we do run through these on NQ, we're not out of a trade today. I still think we have a pretty good long opportunity because we have previous week high on S, which is a little higher up, kind of maybe somewhere in here, that maybe we can look at additional swing highs. Where's the next one? It's way up here that I have marked. This is kind of frustrating because I've had these levels on the chart for like 3 weeks now, and now it's just ripping off the open through it. That is trading. I'm gonna get rid of that. So on these sweeps, guys, make sure you're looking at the 1 minute chart and looking for candle closures above the level that you have marked. Okay, especially if the 1 minute just throws a wick through what you're calling your, sweep on liquidity or your draw on liquidity. To me, that's not really a true sweep. So honestly, that just kind of pissed me off there. So the new 15-minute candle. I'll look real quick at what the PMI really looked like. PPI, I mean. So basically right on the Okay. Getting a bullish pop out of that. See here. Oh, this thing's ripping. I need ES. I need this thing to stop at some point and give us a pullback before ES takes previous week high, ideally. See. Yeah, that 4-hour candle, freaking monster. See if we I would really like to see, we're about to come up on 10 a.m. What I would really like is to catch the low of that 10 a.m. 1 hour and the 10 a.m. 4 hour, assuming that the bullish trend continues for New York AM, at least for that 10 a.m. 4 hour candle, that it will continue the uptrend. If we can get positioned on that wick or near the 4 hour open, an hourly open at 10, I think that would do us well. So where my mind goes for that is I'm looking at the current trend on the lower time frame, and I say lower time frame, sometimes I'll use the hour, sometimes the 30, sometimes the 15. I'm using the 15 today because I don't really have any points of interest, obviously, because this is just one big candle. Same on the hourly, it's just one big candle. So the 15 is where more than likely I would be looking for entry. And then I would do a couple things. One, I would like to know where my premium and discount is on that current range. So swing high to most last down close candle, consecutive up close candles. I put my low there, something like that, and then do the same on ES here. So it looks like to me we do have opportunity here on a 15-minute FEG, that will be overlapping our equilibrium. So I think we all know, like, hey, buy and discount. We all know that, but finding POIs that overlap the equilibrium of whatever time frame the dealing range or whatever time frame your POI is from, to me, that's really important to match up. So I'm looking at a 15-minute dealing range here. So I'm looking at a 15-minute POI. I'm looking at 15-minute equilibrium. Now, what I would what I would hope to see here, let's see, 951. So say we pull back, say we close right here and open the next hourly and the next 4 hour here. I would want to see the manipulation of that 4 hour candle come and tap my POI, and then I would look at the much lower time frame for reversal signal to catch the extension up into these next level. Honestly, with how much this thing's already ran now, I think that this is this is totally reasonable. This what I have marked as minor buy side up here. I do want to get kind of gauge the overall. Let's see. Yeah, we got plenty of swing highs to hit on NQ still. we're just kind of looking at potential targets. I basically have all the hourly highs off this leg here marked, but I think the true target would be the extreme there. And then the next true target is these relative equals up here, and then we have all-time high here. So honestly, plenty of meat on the bone for NQ. ES is a little more tricky because we only have one level left. So far, we haven't taken it 6 minutes to close on this candle. I really need this candle to close without taking previous week high on ES. I think if we can get that, then we should be looking good. I do want to take a quick peek at the 5 minute because the only thing that I fear is depending on how this 15-minute candle closes, like if this closes extremely bullish with little wick on the upside of it, then it to me it makes the probability of getting back down into this 15 maybe a little less likely. And we may have to look to settle for maybe a 5 minute like this, and then look at this high to this low as our billing range on the 5 minute, and then look for our point of interest that overlaps our equilibrium, which would be somewhere in there. Obviously, that hasn't closed yet, but that's kind of where my mind would go. I think the tricky part of the continuation trade for this session will be do you take the 5 minute, whatever 5 minute forms here, continuations up into these levels, up into previous week high on ES, or do you wait until the 15 gets tapped? Because more than likely what they will do to is, there we go. So we just formed this 5 minute. Let's mark this out so we can talk about it. So what I foresee them doing is they will come into the 5 and they're going to show some sort of reaction here. We have to be very careful that this is not just baiting us into longs and then they rip it down, tap the 15 and then give delivery, right? So this 5 minutes a little tricky. So you need to make sure that that's in your. Take a quick peek at anyone in the full screen layouts on Kick and Twitch can see this a little better than TikTok, but real quick, looking overall very bullish on the NASDAQ. SpaceX is down, but everything else looks pretty freaking solid. The S&P, let's see. Maybe a little more neutral, but still overall bullish. So I'm going to keep adjusting this dealing range based on where this high actually stops. Go back to this 15-minute. Now I'm going to mark all these levels now as swept. So from on my chart, any line that's dotted or dashed, I mean, is showing that we have now swept that liquidity pool. So all those go dotted. Leaves us this at the top. ES needs dot, row. Good God. Now, as far as ES, if it takes this previous week high, I mean, we can do some like some standard deviations potentially to aim at. I don't like it as much. So that previous week high is already lining up with the right at 3.5. We anchor off of this, the last like through pullback, which would be here. 790, like that psych level. That doesn't really overlap any. Anchoring fibs at all-time highs is a freaking art in itself, to be honest with you. Uh, yes. Literally, we missed. We really need this hourly candle to freaking. I mean, I'm sorry, 1 minute candle to pop the wick and come back down, and we didn't get it. All right, we just took previous week high now. Well, that's I like to anchor my fib levels off of like the last like pullback prior to the run in whatever direction. So right now on ES we're right at the 4 standard deviation, which is always honestly a pretty good target. I don't see this 15 getting hit now, to be honest. This candle's way too freaking bullish. Unless it snaps back quick. I mean, it still is the EQ of that 15-minute dealing range here, but we may have to look. Let's look at the 5. Don't like that as much. This is all the wick we get to the downside. I'm chalked for the day, guys. I have to see people getting manipulated in the wrong direction for me to get interested, to put risk on. I like to see people get manipulated to the wrong side. I like to see people get baited onto the right side, but too early. Like this setup right here is really nice for me because if they pull this thing back off the 4 hour open, you bait some people in short. You're always going to have those people, but you also are going to bait people in to go long early here. And then if you get this, then all of those people are out because this stops out the shorts, then this stops the longs, and then it opens the liquidity for the move higher. So I'm not out today yet, but I got to have some sort of pullback here. And if it doesn't come off the 10 a.m., then I'm not really that super confident that we're going to get it. But we shall see. We shall see. Thank you guys for the follows. We complained about it chopping. on CPI day, and now it's just freaking ripping. Two things that day traders really shouldn't be involved in my opinion, is a choppy market and a market that's just running in one direction heavily without uh, any pullbacks. We want a nice trending market. So we are getting a uh, little bit of a bearish candle. I'm not completely sold that this thing's going to come down yet. ES is still holding pretty freaking strong on that first 5 minute candle of the new 4 hour. We shall we shall see. Patience is a virtue. I don't trade gold. All these bots are telling me to trade gold. What's the screen? How can I see this? When I was looking at the heat map, yeah, on your trading view, you can, if you're on the desktop app, I'm sure you could do it on the phone app as well, but you can do different tabs at the top of the screen. So when you launch it, it's obviously going to show your charts. But if you hit the add button at the top to add a new tab, it will pull up like screeners, heat maps, calendars, news flow, all that. You click heat map, then it'll pop up and you can right here do this. There's like a drop down menu. TikTok doesn't see the full screen, so they just see the half of with NASDAQ on it. But there's a drop down that you can pick the S&P or NASDAQ or whatever, the Dow, and it will show all the companies. And basically, like the bigger the square on the heat map, the more percentage that company makes up of the total percent of the NASDAQ. So like obviously Google and Microsoft make up a significant chunk and compared to say like Netflix, right? So based on the size of the square, it's how much how much weight does it hold in the sense of the Nasdaq as a whole or the S&P as a whole, and then you can see based on color like how well they're doing. So I like it. I'm a very uh visual, very visual person. I do want to go ahead and mark this little 5 minute dealing range here. So from the swing low here to the high, I would call that my 5 minute dealing range. I'm honestly just going to get rid of all these levels that we just popped through, guys. I'm going to leave previous week high because I think I like to have that as a kind of a reference point on my chart. But all these relative equals, I'm going to get rid of that, clean the chart up a bit for you. So we got 5 minute dealing range, EQ or equilibrium or 50% here. And then this would be our 15 minute equilibrium right here. Honestly, one of those have got to get hit to get me involved. I mean, if one of those don't get hit, I mean, me going down to the 5 minute is is me already being pretty aggressive to the upside. Personally, I'm usually wanting these 4 hours to open and wick into at least a 15-minute point of interest. If not, a higher time frame than that. So this is about as aggressive as I can allow myself to go, and I leave myself that in my rules solely for these types of things where it's just freaking moving very aggressively in one direction. I don't want to. Obviously, I don't want to take bad setups, but I don't want to leave myself no chance to get in at all. Hey, welcome in. So on ES, we have a couple of 5-minute fair value gaps in here. So what, for anyone that's watched me trade before, probably already knows this, but for anyone that's new, what I really want to see, so like right now, I know TikTok, you guys can't see the ES chart, but assuming you guys are looking at it on your own, in your own trading, I have this as an FEG, this little one here on ES, and then I also have this here. Okay. Now, when I have this, okay, I have a really good level on NASDAQ. Okay. Clearly the most bullish candle on this 5-minute up leg, really big POI, overlapping EQ. This is good to me. Okay. Now on ES, it's a little more tricky because you got one that's technically in the premium of the 5-minute billing range, and then you have one that's in the discount. What I really want to see is which candle is the same candle that made this point of interest on NQ. I call that a corresponding fair value gap, meaning both the indices have made a 5-minute FEG at the same time off the same candle. Now they're not obviously going to be the same size, right? They're going to be slightly different. That's totally fine. But if I do that, this is the candle on ES that is the same time this was. So that on top of that's my discount PD array in that 5-minute range. That's where my eyes go. So for me, it's this, and then the 15-minute one here that I'd be looking at. If you guys can see that on Kick and Twitch, yeah, like that. So those are where my eyes go. This, I would like to see this get faded. Or I would like to fade this. So what I would like to see here is them bait people into this off of this 5-minute, and then show those people get manipulated, whether that's tapping this or this, doesn't really matter at this time. And then get my lower time frame reaction from there. I love having the FEG, like in a bullish market, having the FEG in premium of the range, the bullish fair value gap in the premium of the range. It traps a lot of people in, and then they can rip it down to the towards equilibrium or towards the discount of the range to a different point of interest, and then give delivery from there. Hey, thanks for the follow, Aiden. Welcome in. Welcome in. I mean, if anybody got in on this like pre-market and had the guts to hold it, then and you followed your trading plan, and freaking congrats, bro. You're freaking eating right now. I'm honestly looking at this leg up. I mean, 9:30, we have this small wick on this 5 minute, 15-minute look like off the open. See. Yeah. So 9:30 opened here, wicked into that midnight opening range that we talked about a second ago, 12 to 12:30, which is ICT's midnight opening range, wicked into it and just freaking exploded. And you sit on your hands in these markets. And you sit on your hands in these markets. When you learn to sit on your hands in this type of market and not FOMO into this move at the top up here. Because look, guys, I mean, honestly, just look at these 5 minute candles on NASDAQ. Big, huge, small pullback, exploded again. Now look at these candles. The candles to me are getting much smaller. Now you're dojing. Like, buying up here is very unwise. It doesn't look unwise now because our brains kind of trick us into thinking that this thing's going to continue running forever, but it doesn't. It never does. It never does, guys. Learn to sit on those hands hard. This looks like free freaking money. But this move is over. You miss this move. Like if you're not in this thing, like I mean, honestly, maybe here would be like the last spot, somewhere in there. You had to act very quickly off the open today to catch the. And personally, that's just not how I trade. That first 15 minutes or so of market open, historically for me, just it just isn't very consistent. Highly manipulated, and a lot of the times it will manipulate in both directions. So for me, one of my rules is waiting till 9:45 at least to start looking for trades. And, on days like this where it just freaking explodes, I miss it. And that and I have to accept that. But overall, my data shows at least when I trade that first 15 minutes of open, my win rate goes down. So ES is starting to turn over a bit here on the 5 minute, potentially. See what we See what we get here. Welcome in. Welcome in. Appreciate the follow. Is your name Dash? It only said follow, Dash followed, like a line. Man, that freaking breaker was the move. I was really close to trading London last night. Maybe I should have. Probably would have had some trouble anyway looking at this 2 a.m. candle. This is basically your London session and 4 hour candle right here. Because I saw it pull back down into the breaker and then start popping out. I was very close to taking, I was very close to getting it to trading that session, looking for continuation into these triple relative equal highs. I don't know if I would have bought it though, because this candle before the 6 a.m. candle exploded, it did sweep below here for that previous 4 hour there. So honestly, I would have probably tried to get long on this wick here with stop underneath the wick on the 4 hour, trying to catch the extension. So honestly, it probably would have manipulated me just looking at it. But anytime I see a really clear picture on the 4 hour, I will 100% jump on and trade London. But something told me that shouldn't. Maybe my instincts are getting better. All right, let's click on ES here. I'm not really want to turn over. Honestly, 5 minute ranges. See here. Go back to the about to open a freaking giant 30-minute FE. Now, guys, if we leave this freaking monster of a 4 hour behind, goodness. Yeah, I guess that's about the size of that one. I think we got a couple of opportunities coming, guys. So we're about to form a 30-minute, a 1 hour, and now we have a new 15-minute, which isn't in the discount of the 15-minute range. I don't like it as much. This 5 minute, these down close candles up here are kind of messing that range up for me. I'm just going to get rid of that. And then my corresponding 15-minute on ES, corresponding meaning formed all at the same time as here. But if this thing continues to pull higher, this EQ is going to obviously change and continue going up. So maybe by the time we get a pullback, the EQ is overlapping. Sure. Thing is freaking ripping. But candles are I mean, on NQ, the candles are definitely getting smaller. Right now, really where my eyes go, guys, is off the 4 hour open. We've had very, very little manipulation, and honestly, even less manipulation on ES. And the chances of that thing just expanding in one direction and not manipulating at all, I would say is very low. Need to watch some people get trapped off sides. See? So 10:30 is upcoming. I think 10:30 may be our chance because if we open that 30-minute up and a new 15-minute candle starts, a new 30-minute candle starts, maybe we get some manipulation off of those. We shall see. I would advise anybody that's taking longs today, just be mindful of how far we've already expanded. Okay. Just kind of take what the market gives you today. I'm personally not going to be trying to hold trades to some crazy extreme liquidity target because we never know, guys, where they're going to call the top and rip this thing down. Looking at ES right now, our all-time high that we just made is 7,836. Looking at psychological level, you got 850. We do have this 880 up here. Not necessarily for the session, but just in general. All right, we got about 2 minutes until that our new 15-minute, new 30-minute. I would really want to see our setup start forming off of that, off those opens. 10:30 doesn't give it to us, and then 11, like the 10:50 to 11:10 macro on that new hourly candle, then this thing is just gonna run. Putting our macro times up here. Man. Guys, I don't see a single 5-minute that you could have even got entry today off of. Yeah, this 5-minute here, that didn't get tapped, floated up. You made this 5-minute, that didn't get tapped. You had, oh my gosh, look at this thing. You did technically have this little 5-minute, but whoever took this, bro, like it paid you, but golly, man, balls on you. You took that 5-minute, dude. You got some freaking. I mean, you're freaking eating, but man, man, 1 minute. Let's see what it would have been. Uh, you got this little tiny IFEG here. maybe entered off the IFEG stop below the wick. I mean, hey man, if you took that, then I mean, so far it's working out for you, I guess. But man, you got some freaking cojones. And I say that not because it's a 5 minute, how freaking high it is in the range, man. I mean, that's the only 5 minute that's gotten tapped all session. And I say 5 minute because usually that's kind of like I mean, sometimes I miss out on moves because I'm waiting for, 15 minute or 30 minute or 1 hour. Like I'm waiting for a little higher time frame to confirm it. But for only 1 5 minute to get tapped on this leg up and it's way up here at the top, that is just insane. It seems like it's held all the volatility of CPI yesterday that we didn't get and mixed it with the PPI volatility and just exploded. But hey, it that's within your trading plan. If you hit that, congrats. It looks like it's about to freaking print. 10:30's opening. It's not giving me. I mean, ES is kind of stopping. Knock on wood, but we're not getting NQ to slow down at all. Good lord. 401ks are up today. I guess that's a positive. Glass half full. Uh, be like that sometimes. These ES candles on the 5 minute are getting pretty small. Got a lot of open PD arrays, guys, underneath us. A lot of open PD arrays. Need to be very careful. Need to be very careful, guys. You gotta, I mean, whatever time frame you're looking at, there's a bunch of PD arrays underneath price right now. Huge 30 minute on ES. Oh my gosh, I think it's massive on you. Look at this thing. I don't know, man. Whoever, someone's still buying this thing. I mean, I don't know who, but I guess I could pull up my YouTube and see, but dang. Bet I'll find a bunch of people online that are saying they got long in this. And honestly, man, I just don't see where. I'm gonna grab me a drink real quick, guys. I'll be right back. All right. Getting a little rejection there. I mean, not a ton, but more than we have for sure. ES is looking like it's wanting to finally turn over. And Q's leaving a nice little upper wick on this 15-minute. If it will follow this move, it would be nice. Heat map still looking extremely bullish. We're very, very close to a nice draw on liquidity here on NQ. So, I mean, guys, we're not out of the day. Not out of the day. Just being patient. Everybody gets to trading and wants a very flashy, adrenaline-seeking life. And I've done this now for 6 years in various markets. And I'm sorry to tell you that is just not the way that this is now. Market rewards patience. We do have another 15 minutes. Actually, do we have that on? Okay. So we do have a very tiny gap here, but I would be very hesitant to take it. And the only reason I'm marking that is because we do have that same gap on ES, on that same, off that same candle, that same time. But guys, these are the days, guys, where you can, I mean, if you're not looking for upside trades, then you got some serious problems in trading, right? I mean, the trend is very, very clear to 99% of the world. Okay. So if the trend is clear and there's no way that there's no way that you're looking for shorts in the market. I mean, I hope you're not, right? You have to ask yourself, okay, the market doesn't work if everybody's on the same side. It doesn't work, right? You got to have people on both sides. So ask yourself, okay, what is the market going to do to get people on the wrong side? Usually, not always, but usually what I see in these types of aggressive one direction markets is the price will drive up. People will, I'm going to put the boxes on here. People will be buying on this thing, looking for these highs to get ran, and they will leave the high, right? You could even call it a relative equal high if you really wanted to. And then all these stop losses are your sell orders, right? So as any of these guys get stopped out, you start getting sells. The other way is when you stop out the original people that bought this big trend up and bought the premium of the range, right? They're going to stick these PD arrays that they know everybody's looking at. Everybody in America is looking at this 15-minute, for example. I'm just using this as an example. So do not think that the very first one that it finally pulls back to a PD array. How many people do you think are going to go long out of that first PD array? Right? Sell your swing, lower high, yank it, and then give it. Right? That this manipulation and that lower high form is getting people on both sides of the market. Because once that lower high forms, once you get this, people will start shorting, and they will look for maybe it to pull back to equilibrium, maybe it'll pull, wherever, right? They'll start shorting it. That gets those people in. It gets people in to buy too early, and that's both sides of the market getting tricked. That is where you want to get involved. When you start to look for those things, that it will drastically improve your trading. Who is getting manipulated right now? If people haven't gotten manipulated, then don't get in. It's that simple. And so far, bro, I don't see really anyone getting manipulated in that. Anyone that's long, freaking ate, and everyone that's short got stopped. That's very one sided. You want to see both sides. We've had extremely small manipulation off this 4-hour opening price right here, right? Look at that line. Let this thing disappear there. Look, very little wick on that 4-hour candle. Okay. So it's going to wick. Hey, everybody, the 4-hour put its wick in. Now it's upside up to these highs. What's it going to do? It's going to make a new high here, yank it down, sweep everyone out that's putting their stop at the 4-hour low or the current 4-hour low, current hourly low, because that's the low of both the 4-hour and the 1 hour right now. This right here. Yank it down. Maybe it taps a PD array, gives a failure swing, and then goes lower, and then gives the delivery we're looking for. Wait until you see people getting chopped up, both sides. And then, and only then, when the market kind of tips its hat, as ICT calls it, tips its hat to you, that is when you want to get in. Because you've seen the manipulation already happen. So we got a stack of these 15-minute FEGs, okay? So I am very hesitant to buy off the first PD array. One, it's in an extreme premium. Two, if I buy PD array 1, let's go to the 5-minute on NQ here. If I go up here, this is a 15-minute, it's very small. There it is, so it shows up. If I long out of this first PD array, okay, where's my stop going to be? It's going to be right above another one, right? It's pretty dangerous, especially if you haven't had that manipulation yet. You may, in fact, be the liquidity. Maybe not, right? I mean, it's not a 100% sure thing. And there are definitely those days that thing just runs off on me, and I have to be okay with that. But 9 times out of 10, thinking this way serves me well. So we could be questioning and saying, hey, we're tapping a 15-minute right here, right now. Okay. Be very careful on this fair value gap. Why is that? One, I don't even like this fair value gap really at all. Not because it's in the premium. That does make it less high probability for me. But this candle right here on ES did not form a fair value gap on this time frame. This is not a correlated fair value gap. meaning they're on both indices at the same time. All these other ones that I have marked are all formed off the same candle at the same time on both indices. All right, so ES is actually dropped down. It is officially inside this 15-minute PD array. Anyone on TikTok that's not seeing the ES chart, it is in this first PD array that we have on the 15-minute. We do want to keep in mind, though, the 30-minute. I kind of was about to overlook that on accident. Check this 30-minute out. So here to here, kind of overlapping those 15 minutes, you have this 30-minute. Now I'm going to go in and just make this a little less transparent, less transparent. Try to not make the chart super difficult to read for anybody, but appreciate the follow. D's, Tab D, ABD. That sounds like a joke I used to have with my friends when I was like younger. I'm not going to say it just in case I have female viewers. All right, here we go. So ES is now actually tapped. Anyone on TikTok in vertical layout, ES is now tapped this 15-minute. I believe that is the 30-minute tap as well. Yes, it is. I'm going to get this 30-minute drawn on the ES chart here. Guys, don't rush this. You got a solid 40 minutes or so in New York AM left. You got plenty of time to take a trade back into these highs potentially. Okay. Maybe even this one. Don't click the button just because we're finally getting a bearish candle finally. Okay. Be patient here. NQ hasn't tapped anything. I would like to see ES start to maybe pull back into equilibrium. Last down close candle here on ES. Let me make sure you guys can see that. I know my camera is right in the way. Okay. So last down close candle here, right? So I'm anchoring that as my low to the swing high because I have consecutive candles of the same color, same direction, all bullish candles. That is my Dilling range. And here is my equilibrium. And how I'm marking that is just simply with this Gantt box for anyone that's maybe new. Gantt box 0, 1, 0. Here, let me slide this over. Gantt box 0, 1, and 0.5. That's all I put on it. And that will give you this kind of thing here. So now on NQ, let's go to 30 here. So where's my last? How do I mark my Dilling range? Okay, here we go. Last down close candle. Now this is going to be different on each time frame. That's what a lot of beginner traders don't understand. Your Dilling range, where you're seeing premium and discount, is not the same on every time frame. Sometimes it is, but it depends on the market structure. So, for example, the 15-minute range on NQ of this Dilling range is the same as the 30-minute, but it doesn't mean it always is. Okay. So last down close candle. So that's my low up to the high. Why do I call this my Dilling range? Because I have consecutive candles of the same color up to making that high. And now I'm getting a new candle of a different color, potentially. Obviously, it's not closed yet. So low, high, 50%. That is my equilibrium. of the 15-minute range. Let's look at push my chart here. 15-minute range still is that low. That's still my low, still my high, still all green candles, still consecutive candles of the same color. This is still my equilibrium. So 15-minute, 30-minute. Now, if you went to the 1 hour, it's the same again, equilibrium. Because of the structure, down close candle, it went and made this low, so I'd mark it off that low. Consecutive green candles. Okay. You went to the 5-minute, it's not the same. You have like this low to this high, then you have this low to this high. You have a couple of 5-minute ranges that I don't like as much because they're kind of none of them are getting, pulled back into equilibrium before making a new range. You see that? Let me do that one more time. So I made let's do technically from this to this, right? So down close candle here. There's my low. All consecutive green candles to the high. There's my high of my dealing range. Low 50%. What did it do? It literally just put that one or two candles in there, and then it went and made a new high. So what does that mean? Well, technically now I have a new 5-minute dealing range here to this low, to this high. That tapped equilibrium. You see that? Tapped equilibrium off this wick, continued higher. It also tapped this, made this 15-minute, and it actually had a 5-minute overlapping, and that, right, or not really overlapping, but close to overlapping that. So dealing range is not the same on all these time frames. Okay. So just remember that in your trading. But it's nice when they are. Like right now we have 1 hour, 1 hour, 30-minute, 15-minute are all the same range. To me, that makes this equilibrium right here very, very, very nice to play off of. And you could always look at, do you want to be the trader that plays down into equal? You could be. I'm personally not, because it fights the overall trend that we're in on the low and the medium time frame. But there are people that do that and are very good at it. But understanding how to draw your dealing range is important. I'll drop this comment here. And I'll get you guys to go watch something that really helped me with my dealing range and just getting better at using equilibrium and having confidence in it. Okay. It's Trader Kane. I think he's from London maybe, or somewhere in Europe. Trader Kane, Kane. That's his handle on socials and stuff. And then he did a uh, uh, what is it called? What is that freaking podcast thing called? Chart Fanatic, where he walks through his, and then uh, that's where he walks through his uh, his kind of how he using his usage of uh, equilibrium and drawing billing ranges. I think for me, guys, this was I'm one person. I'm a person that's always going to give people their flowers on who I learned something from, who explained something in a way that made it very easy for me to grasp. and understand and apply to my own trading system. Now, with that said, I don't trade exactly like Trader Kane does, and it really that much. But how he showed in this interview how he marked his dealing range and how he's using it is, to me, one of my favorite um, kind of strategy breakdowns. Again, you don't have to take the whole strategy, but just kind of better understanding equilibrium, I think will help a lot of people. So I'm going to put this, let's see, Trader Kane, Trader Kane, Kane, Chart Fanatics interview. This was honestly probably about a year and a half ago now. It's not new. Walks through his usage of equal trolling dealing range. So am I miss? Let's see. Yeah. But so I just added that in. Let me I'm gonna pin that comment for the session. I think this is very important. Anybody that, just getting into trading, anybody that studies ICT stuff, but maybe is new to where some of it's, it's kind of confusing and um, they're struggling with understanding what he's considering to be your dealing range. Because I know I did at first when I first started learning ICT. Because if you don't have your dealing range right, guys, your whole freaking concept and setup is flawed from the very beginning. It can literally, in my opinion, make or break your understanding of where price can go, your entry, everything. So very important. All right, so we did not get any of these POIs to tap on NASDAQ. Not even this little baby one right here. Guys, this all right, I'm gonna call it right here. Honestly, I'm about to let me turn this on. So for me right here, this is fade central. Okay. And let me explain why. Now I may be wrong and this thing may run. So again, this is not financial advice. You have to be in charge of your own financial decisions, right? But let's look at it, right? We have a good draw on liquidity higher. We're obviously very, very bullish on the day, right? Extremely bullish. We want to be looking for long continuations. ES has pulled back down into this 15-minute and this 30-minute, right? But NQ has not. NQ has not even tapped into this 15-minute right here that's very small and in the extreme premium, okay? And it hasn't even tapped that. And actually, now that I'm looking at it, look at this. It has actually failed to hold this little 5-minute. This 5-minute actually just went IFEG, okay? Because now it's closed underneath it and kind of retapping it, okay? This to me smells very fishy. This, I would be looking for that failure swing that I was talking about earlier, and then look for anyone that gets in long here to get into this trade to get destroyed. And then also on the flip side, guys, because we're looking at the market in both directions, we want to see people in both directions getting manipulated. What does this failure swing here, whether it's a 5-minute, 15-minute, whatever, what does that failure swing give us? Well, that's a lower high in most people's, understanding of price action. And what are they going to do? They're going to get in short. That's more selling in the market. And That's what we want. So we want the stop orders, the buyers, and we want people selling short. Maybe they get out in time, maybe they do. Maybe they get out before, it turns around. Great, if so, but or good for them if so. But I think that this, again, look at that candle, right? I fade that every single time. Now, you're always going to have that 1 or 2% of the time where that thing, it just turns and starts ripping, and you got to let it go. And you got to be okay with that. But to me, that looked fishy on that 5-minute chart. We're not bouncing from anywhere significant on NQ. Where people go wrong is this. Okay, anyone on TikTok that can't see the ES chart, I'm going to do my best to explain it. You can actually on TikTok go to the horizontal view. I'm not exactly sure how you do that, but I do have a landscape view set up for you guys over there. Anyway, so see here, let me get my. So if we're not tapping anything of significance and we start getting a pop, why are people looking for this? I'm going to tell you why. Okay. The reason is people will call this low to maybe this fair value gap, what formed this fair value gap, and they'll call this an SMT. Or they'll say, hey, it hasn't tapped this 30-minute down here yet. It's just an SMT to that fair value gap, which sometimes you do have, and that can still be a bullish signal for you. It's more, you have to learn the context behind it. Okay. That to me looks like a failure swing in process of forming. So we'll see what we end up getting. I'm going to put my famous text here. Sachs fade. As you get more and more experience in the markets, guys, I'm telling you that it almost makes you feel better to fade bad trades than it does to take good winning trades. Because for so long, taking good winning trades was never your problem when you're unprofitable. In my opinion, or for me at least. I always had good winning trades, even back in the day when I was unprofitable. My problem was all the freaking terrible trades that I decided to also take after I took good winners. From lack of patience, from bad reads, whatever the case may be, those are what cripples us as retail traders. We all take good trades. We all, if we look back in our last 30 trades, I guarantee 90% of people can find some pretty good setups that they took in there, that they're confident in, that follow their plan and their understanding of the market. So now what I really would like to see, I'm actually going to go down in time frame a bit here on the NASDAQ from the 5 down to the 1. I do want to extend this 15-minute out because it is on both the indices. Let's see okay, so technically as of now, ES is underneath this fair value gap, but it hasn't closed below it. Not looking very good because it's way down into these gaps. But technically, it could still, it's got 6 minutes left on that 15-minute candle that is forming right here. It could, throw a wick down into, down into these gaps and then pop back up and close inside of that. If that happens and we get a tap here and we start getting a reaction, maybe this is good enough then. But right now, we don't have a tap here, even at that's like minimum. We don't have that tap, and ES is still trending lower into further down into this 30-minute. But I do want to see as this thing is forming, I do want to watch the market structure. I want it to continue making those lower highs, lower lows, and I want it to get down into at least this, because that would give us this 15-minute tap and this 30-minute tap. Maybe what we could look for is ES tapping equilibrium, which would be inside the 30-minute, inside the 15-minute for ES, and then get a reaction. And maybe NASDAQ is a little more bullish, and maybe it just taps the 15 and the 30, right at the top, and then starts to give a reaction. Those would be nice. I would probably start to get interested in price there. Now, we do need to keep in mind, guys, we're ending this 1110 macro. That's what these blue lines are representing. I'm not sure if you can see down 1050, and this is 1110 here. So what I like to look at during these macro times is, did we get any kind of delivery? I mean, even on the very, very low time frame, the only delivery, the only sweep I see is this high right here got ran there. And then SMT'd at the low. This just, to me, this isn't enough. I really wanted the macro to at least to kind of expand a bit and potentially give us that tap that we've been wanting. See, so we do have a 5-minute here. That you can see there was respected. So let's see what we get in here. I'm still expecting this to give us some sort of failure swing here. And then what I would like, just based on time, 11:12 right now, I really would want that next 15-minute candle to open lower and give us some sort of manipulation. And we have this 5-minute OV right here. But I'm not a huge fan of that. And then it looks like it's tapped this same 5-minute gap again that pushed that sponsored. So you formed the 5-minute here, pulled back in on this wick right here, and then made a new higher high. So to me, this 5 minute did sponsor this high. I feel like if we get underneath this, I would deem that to be liquidity there. I have a saying that I'll always keep in my mind when I'm thinking of liquidity, and I will put it up on the screen for you guys. Any of you want to note this in your journal or your, let me get my text box here. You can take it or leave it, right? So the low slash here, let me get this. All right, so the low or the high must break the low high it came from to be a valid liquidity sweep. Let that stew for a second for you. So basically that's saying like right here where we, you know, we have our 3 candles here on the 5 minute that made this 5 minute fair value gap right here, right? We wicked into it and made a low, right? Everybody sees that. That then went and broke the high that it came from. So it made a new higher high. Okay. Now, if I want a true liquidity sweep, I would assume that under this low now is a bunch of stop loss. To me, that breaking just any sweeping just any low to me is not true valid liquidity, sweeping liquidity. I want to see the market building the liquidity up. And to me, this is what that is. You've now pulled back and now you've made a new higher high, broken structure here. And now at that low, you have liquidity resting. Clean this up a bit. So we have liquidity resting there. So now as we funnel back to it, if we can get that, then maybe we could look to get in. To give you see here. Uh, so like this, would you deem this low right here getting ran? Do you deem this to be liquidity? For me personally, I do not. It's a break of structure, 100%. But this low did not sponsor a higher high to where it came from. So for me, the buildup of stop under this low, because we did not make a higher high, in my opinion, is lower. Lower stops are built in here. Less people got long in here, right? Otherwise, it wouldn't be a failure swing. If a bunch of people got long, you would assume that it's going to make a new higher high, right? So because of that, when this thing sweeps this, I would not start looking for this. And as you can see, look, it fell through it, and now it's continuing to trend until it what? Until it actually hits true liquidity. Now, if that's that level, or maybe our fair value gaps down here, like internal range liquidity, obviously I'm not a fortune teller, but I think a lot of people look up, low got taken, look for a reaction. If it gets even a little pop or a little engulfing candle, they start longing. Got to be very careful, guys. Very careful. So just based on how the market's moving right now, I would want to long off of NQ. Hey, appreciate the follow over there on YouTube. I would want to long NQ over ES, just strictly built, strictly just off of um, price action. Now, if we get an IFEG here, things get a little difficult, honestly, for us. My opinion, because we are holding, like, if we look at the 5 minute Dilling range, let's go back over that. So, where is my most recent low? Here's my last down close candle right here. And that I'm counting basically the low that made. So, right here, right? Because when this formed on the 1 minute, downtrend ended here, and then it started to pop back up. So I would call this my low, this my high, consecutive up close candles, right? All right, so let's get that mark. That's a 5 minute Dilling range. Okay. So what I see is we did pull back to a discount ED array in that 5 minute range. ES tapped, ES tapped, you know, this gap here and the 30. It's not quite to equilibrium. It's maybe here-ish, a little short of it. This to me is very risky because of that. If ES had tapped equilibrium, and maybe you just say, hey, we're just going to have an SMT here where NQ is so strong it doesn't require the internal liquidity inside the FEG to continue the move higher towards this high. I could probably accept that. But leaving the equilibrium behind, we're only, let's see, on ES, we're only 3 points from equilibrium. Oh man, that's pretty that's pretty sketchy, right? Reason for that is stop. would basically be at equilibrium unless you put a really wide stop. Now, I'm not in the recent months, man, I honestly, I've been doing later trades like this in New York AM in this last, like, 30, 45 minutes going into lunch. Honestly, I'm okay with it. I used to cut off at 11:30, but the market's been actually doing pretty well during these times, getting a big impulsive move there. See, I think we at least need to wait for 11:30. Let's see how this 15-minute closes. Also want to just take a peek at this wick here. Mm. We're just, I mean, any longs from here, guys, just remember your stop is basically right above this on the 1 hour. Oh, that's tough, dude. All right, failure swings in, guys. Um, the fade was a move there. So next 4 minutes, guys, I'm really dialed in here. The I really want to see this stop here or this low right here get ran. So we actually did go and break this high. Let's mark it up here. Look, this high got beat. It got swept. So what do I call? What do I consider to be at this low now? So what am I wanting to see? I want to see both of these get ran. That could potentially get us into a trade because ES is tapping all the PD arrays. If I can just get these to sweep and just a tap, maybe I would love that. I'd be all over. Mm, very, very strong push there from the Bulls. Oh, there it is, guys. That's what I wanted. Now finish it. I want to see the manipulation. All right, we got the equilibrium tap over here on ES. Come on. Big run through here. Come on, run through all those levels. Is that all it? So we definitely swept that low, but Again, we didn't even have a 1-minute candle close under this level. To me, that's looking a little fraudulent still. Be careful longing off that, guys. And what I tell you, fraudulent guys, maybe I should just come on here and just call fades the whole time. Maybe I don't even have to trade and just tell everybody what to fade. All right, so this 5-minute, let's see, we got 53 seconds left on it. I want to see this I don't really care if this 5-minute goes inverse. It's already sponsored this move higher here, so it's already been tapped. I'm fine with that. Uh, it's really kind of negligible for me at this point. Eyes on this 15-minute. We did get the sweep here, the sweep here. We tapped at least some PD array. And then also, guys, look at my this just this kind of it's an indicator, but I hate using that word because people think it's like, telling you to buy or sell or whatever. Just marking out the 4-hour open so I don't have to do it manually. But keep your eyes on this level, right? If we're expecting the 4-hour to stay bullish, then the opening price will be, it won't start to, flip it and maintain that, right? It's going to more than likely use this level as support, right? It's okay if we get a wick or something through that level. That doesn't completely kill the idea. Look at that, guys. Look, I need everybody to take a picture of this. Look at these candles. You see how you're getting 1 minute, at least 1-minute bodies closing through your liquidity areas. That is a liquidity sweep. If you don't have that, guys, to me, it's not done. It's not done. It's coming back. Everyone needs to, make that a note in their own trading. All right, I'm going to clean the chart up just a bit here as we are getting some more movement. Zacks fades, strikes again, guys. If I just saved any of you, just one of you, a loss, then I am satisfied with my day. I smelled the fish from a mile away. Now, guys, I'm getting very interested in price right here. Okay. I'm very, very interested in price. Very interested in price here. But I need to see either I want it to, so we're starting a new 15-minute, a new 30-minute, obviously a new 5-minute, etc. I want to see the low of that 30-minute, the low of that 15-minute get put in. I want to see it open lower, which it is here. Do I get the tap here? Even better if I do. And then I need to see impulsivity in the opposite direction of the direction in which I want to trade. And then we're going to look for trades back up into these highs and potentially holding a runner up here. But honestly, just with the time being already 11:32, I would probably look to take a majority off probably at this first swing and just take what the market gives me. Lock in here. Lock in, lock in. Congratulations to anyone that has sat the whole session till now without pressing the button. You should be you should feel accomplished, bro. The moment you start feeling accomplished by making good, sound decisions in your trading business rather than chasing adrenaline is a freaking win for you, bro. The win. Honestly, better than a win because it's gonna bring you more success in the long run. So something to note here, guys, now that I'm looking at it, let's look. Yeah, so we are actually inside a 1 hour FEG on BS that we're tapping. I'm just gonna mark it. Actually, I'm just gonna mark it with a line. This. All right, so we do have this 1 hour there, and then on NQ, we just got the tap of that 1 hour there. So that 30 minute is actually the 1 hour FEG as well. All right, so here's our tap, boys, girls. Time to suit up. Got I'm gonna go ahead real quick as we're kind of getting a reaction out of that. I do want to go ahead and mark my next macro, which I would be probably expecting delivery if we get our signals, our entry criteria here. So we got the 1150, and then we got the. I'm gonna go ahead and save these so I don't have to do it every day. 1150 to 1210. So we got an upcoming macro here. Now, some of you may ask, well, if you were so confident that this was going to be a swing failure, making a lower high here, why would you not just short down into this 1 hour, 30 minute, 15 minute, etc.? You're not wrong, and it's fine it's fine to do this, but you just got to understand, like, you got to have some. You can't be greedy in those trades. You got to freaking exit when exit at the point that you know you need to exit. You got to get out in those counter trend trades like that. Honestly, maybe I should have been a bit more aggressive and looked for that, but for me personally, I really like to stick with the trend. All right, so we're about halfway done, guys, with this 15-minute candle. Okay. What does that mean for me? Okay. I expect roughly the first half of any candle to potentially be the manipulation. Okay. So look at the 5 minute here. So here's my 5 minute chart. Here's my 11:30 open here. Okay. So what we could be seeing right here is just the wick on the 15 minute, right? And the 30 minute. And then you could potentially, what I would want is that 30 minute candle to give me this. That's what I want. That is what I want. That lets me be in the direction of the higher time frame trend. I have my points of interest being tapped. The last 15 minute, the one down here has just been tapped by ES. But I need that reaction to pick up like now. Like now is the time it's gotta flip. We've got to see the flip here. We have a very, very nice leg here. I can see this driving people out, people that were long getting stopped out as they're trailing their stop. I can see people probably trying to get in short and off this move, potentially up here, potentially in this leg down. I can see people getting long in this right here and getting stopped. I see people getting manipulated. I have my macro coming up, which is this blue line, 1150, 1210. I want to see this 1130 open. This is where all marbles are right now, guys. The 1130 open. I want to see manipulation and then reversal back up. And that gives me a open, low, high, closing 30-minute candle. And I say 30-minute just because that's what I have. That's just how the market is what it's giving me. I usually do that off the 4-hour candle or a 1-hour candle. It doesn't really matter the candle the length necessarily. It's the just the understanding of price associated to time. Okay. So 4 minutes left on the 15-minute. I really need this thing to start popping for me. This candle doesn't pop, then honestly, then that would probably start showing potentially this getting hit, which obviously I don't want. I want to see a nice wick left on this 15-minute candle. There it is. Look, see how it's pulling back for me? That's what I want. ES is doing the same. It's following suit. I want to see this hold for this 3 minutes, 36 seconds I got left on this 15-minute. That's leading me into the macro time. This blue line right here is the start of my macro. I want to see price start popping back up and get back towards this 1130 opening price of that 30-minute and that 15-minute. I want to see it getting back into that zone where that 30-minute is flipping bullish. Look at the 30-minute. There's your 30-minute right now, right? I want to see that thing start flipping bullish. And all this is just manipulation. What we've been waiting for this whole session. Sometimes we get it right at 10 a.m. Today, we had to wait a little bit. Patience is a virtue. I think the 5-minute is going to be maybe the nicest time frame. Let's see what we can get. So now, where does my mind go? Okay, I look at the manipulation leg, and what I'm calling the manipulation leg is this last down leg. Okay, from this last high up here, this leg here. Okay, 15-minute, I have no fair value gap there, so I know I need to go further down. All right, now I'm in the 5-minute. Get rid of that. Now I'm in the 5-minute. Really, what would give us 100% confidence is this getting inverse. Okay. The problem with that is you would potentially have a pretty wide stop if you want to go to the swing low. but to me, that's a pretty safe trade. Why is this important? Again, go back to our dealing range. Last high to the low. In just a second, let me change it back over. All right, here we go. So here's your equilibrium of your 5-minute dealing range of the manipulation leg. Okay, here's our EQ right here. Where is our premium bearish PD array? Right here. It's the highest time frame PD array that we have on the manipulation leg in premium of its corresponding dealing range. If I'm looking at a 5-minute PD array, then I need to look at the 5-minute dealing range to say that this is in premium. Can't mix and match my time frames. Very important. Long 29870, 29. Good Lord, bro. You got in 29870. Dang, bro. You friggin' ate. You got in here. Previous day high, you said? Oh, no, I see what you, yeah, I see what you, oh, you partialed at previous day high. Hey, man, you like micro scalp that thing, huh? Hope you trim some profits. Now, watch the low. You 15-minute candles in. Watch your low here. Do we get some kind of sweep one more time on the low? Maybe we get like SMT at the low. That would just add confluence. We also bounced right to the 4-hour open and failed. Delete that for now. $29,870. Yeah, bro. I didn't have that thing just ripped on me, man. All right, we're about to enter our macro here. We got 3 minutes to macro. Now ES is looking a little stronger, to be honest. It looks like we may get another sweep. We could potentially look at this if we get another sweep. Low, it's ugly. So we'd have the lower high, new lower low, and then we could probably look to use like a breaker entry. That you could probably get a good RR off of if it was set up. 3 minutes into the 15-minute. Need this to be forming a low wick. And I need this thing to flip. Gonna sweep. I want it to sweep now. NQ is running a little more. All right, there's a sweep. See if ES holds here and we get an SMT. The SMT is active right now. Put that on the ES chart. See if it holds. I need some impulsivity, man. ES has got actually a lot of defense on its counter trend leg. If volume just dies here, then so be it. But I would expect the macro to give, if it's going to run back to the upside, I would expect it to happen in the macro. So we're officially inside the macro now. I'm showing that with these lines here. 1150 to 1210. If I don't get it by then, I gotta call it. SMT still holding, NQ sweeping again. Yeah. All right. Maybe all she wrote. ES is still holding the SMT. But starting to look sideways. All right, SMT just caved. Honestly, now it's looking, for me, it's looking like it's wanting to drive towards this equilibrium here. We zoom out a bit. Freaking giant hourly FEG. Had a great fade today. I just know this thing can turn really easy. As soon as I sign off, it's gonna start running. It always. Anyone that shorted that failure swing here is eating. I think honestly, I think this was the to me, this was the highest probability trade of the day, something like that. But again, it's counter trend, so I don't like it. Well, I wish I would have longed with Frozen today, I guess. I always like to, after I see price just like run off all day, I like to look on all these trading social media accounts and see how in the world people caught this trade. If you got involved right off the open, then I could see that right here, maybe. I don't know. That's just not enough. Man, did that thing freaking rip. It looks like the macro is kind of just chopping. Waiting for the retest of the 5-minute FEG at the open to send it higher. Let's see. Ah, I see what you did, Frozen. You grabbed this thing right here. That was your entry there? Yeah, I could see that. It actually was a you had a 15 there as well. 15 minutes. So I'm guessing you deemed like accumulation, you got your manipulation, some SMT, formed the 5 minute here, opened, manipulated into it, and then ran. Cool, bro. Congrats. The thing friggin' ate. That was your banger for the week there, bro. You could have given it all the way to the low. Needed it. New York Judah swing. Yep. Needed it. Been chopped all week. I feel you. Sorry. Hang in there, dude. Be all right. All right, guys. I think I'm gonna call it. I don't see really anything that this thing can do at this point that I really want before. I mean, like, where my eyes goes next, guys, is wherever this 4 hour closes at 2 p.m. We're gonna get a nice 4 hour there, and then you could potentially wherever we end up closing, say 4 hour next 4 hour open there, look for that thing to open lower, tapping this, and then look for your lower time frame IFEG back to the upside. That's where my mind goes next. We we got plenty to aim for on NASDAQ, which is a good thing. I got all these marked on the 1 hour. Yeah. I like these relative equals up here a lot. An all-time high up there. And plenty of upside room. See how this 15 minutes starts here. I honestly thought we were going to get entry here. Like, we finally got the impulsivity down that I've been wanting. We threw this wick, which I liked. And, at a time, this was extremely bullish, but it just fell off. Starting a new hour candle now. We look at, I do want to throw real quick. I like to grade these higher time frame gaps. So we stayed above the first 25% of that hourly fair value gap. On ES, though, not as pretty. Honestly, now we got so much freaking defense. You'd have to long through this 15 minute. Not a fan of tapping now. And if you're really aggressive, you could you could probably try to target down into this equilibrium. And I say that because that's your EQ on your 15-minute, your 30-minute, and your 1 hour, just based on the market structure. So when I see multiple time frames give me the same equilibrium, I deem it pretty high probability. Hmm. Could look at this as a 5-minute breaker, but again, you're long through a 15-minute bearish fair value gap. I think it's more likely that you get continuation down into equilibrium from here. Looking at maybe this 2-minute. The 15-minute sure starting pretty freaking bullish. I mean, in theory, like if this 15 goes inverse, then you're you you could definitely argue that you have a pretty good setup. See, and then that corresponding gap on BS is here. Now that's an IFE. I'm gonna let it sit for a second, guys, and I don't want to cut. I don't want to cut too early because the I mean the market's very one direction right now, and I mean it is still moving. Like looking at this 5-minute chart, like it's not really in consolidation yet. I'm gonna let it sit for a second, guys. I'm gonna see what this 15-minute looks like on close. Um, it's really got to sell me long for me to get in at this point, but I think the bias is so freaking clear for me at least of what the market's wanting to do today. I don't see this thing just again, not financial advice, but just looking at like the 15-minute, for example, I personally don't see this doing this and then just running all the way back down. I think that at minimum, this high is still a very good draw on liquidity. We're still respecting consequent encroachment. Yes, is looking a little weaker, but it's tapped into this and so far is holding. But it does have a 15-minute IFE in this. Sorry, ES inverse this 15-minute. So this pullback on ES may just be retapping that for continuations lower. I don't believe that that's the direction of the rest of the day, but I don't want to gamble that. So I'm gonna let it cook for a second here. See how this. See, we got about 5 minutes left on this 15-minute. If for me to start getting interested again, I would really want. I mean, we're probably already going to have an engulfing bullish candle here, which I like. If we do inverse this in one candle, meaning the next candle from the third that formed the third candle that formed the fair value gap, then that fourth candle inverses it. That to me does kind of trigger my interest for sure. So we'll see what it looks like in 4 minutes here. I'm not gonna hold my breath for it. I'm gonna step away and I'm gonna start getting ready for the rest of my day. I'm gonna come back in about 4 minutes and see how this 15-minute closed. If it does uh if it does inverse this, then I will keep the live going and potentially look for entry for longs. If it doesn't, then I'll probably just kill the stream. So you guys do whatever you want to do with your time. I'm not going to kill it yet. I still see some potential here. So uh, so all eyes on the 15-minute for me right now. 3 minutes. I'll be right back. All right. Looks like we got another failure swing on the 15 here. Honestly, to me, I think equilibrium is going to be what is aimed at here at minimum. Uh, Honestly, guys, you could, man, I mean, you could get this. I don't know. It's kind of scary to me to go short inside all these fair value gaps like that, but we just kind of depends on you, I guess. Not really inversing with speed, but I do think that equilibrium on NASDAQ is what it's potentially wanting to drive to. See the still holding this 5 minute actually now that I'm thinking about it. Still holding that. Looks like that's gonna fall here. Potentially look at a lunchtime kind of continuation. You could potentially squeeze some good RR out of it, honestly. You do have these kind of relative equals that would be at your stop loss, but how price has respected here and here without getting back above your 4 hour opening price. It's treating that opening price as resistance currently. So see how this closes in 24 seconds here. I'm not a huge fan of this though. Potentially squeeze some pretty good RR out of it. I don't like to stop at those relative equal highs right here. Next 5 minute open lower. pretty interesting. Honestly, guys, but if we could run this high right here and then back, that that could be interesting. My only problem is I don't mind doing the connecting flight type of trade where you're overall bullish, but you just short down to where you think the pullback will go to kind of trade. I don't mind it. I don't love it, but I don't mind those trades. The only thing I don't like specifically about this setup is ES is much lower than NQ. ES is already down into this 15-minute, way down here. It's under equilibrium. I mean, it's hanging on to this 30-minute and 1 hour fair value gap, not by much. So if NQ actually hits this, that would, unless it hits it and then gets a very drastic move back up, that would essentially mean ES is going to inverse all those bullish PD rates. And I don't see that. I don't really like that as much. Let's first Okay, maybe guys. Okay, okay, Nasdaq. Okay, buddy. All right, Bay. I see you. I see you. Got Could be our 15-minute dealing range. Consecutive down close, so swing high, up close candle made this high. You looked at this on the 1 minute before this downtrend started, right? It got up to this high on this lower high forming. So high to low, consecutive down close candles. That's my 15-minute dealing range. Here's equilibrium. And we're also popping back above that 4 hour open, which is very interesting to me, guys. Very interesting. Expected consequent encroachment of the 15-minute. That's 3 minutes left on the candle. See what we get here. Let's see, let's see, let's see. Giving this thing one last chance here. $58 seconds to close. See what we get. See what we get here. See, let's see. Looking really good to me. Looking really good to me. This is now M15 IFEG. Got nice little 5-minute structure here to the upside. Nice little dealing range to look at. We're above our 15-minute equilibrium. Move that back some, not confuse people. So here's our 15-minute equilibrium, right? Pulled into it, rejected. Now we pop through. Let's see if we can get a pullback back towards the equilibrium of this range and to retest the higher time frame, in this case, the 15-minute equilibrium. Appreciate the likes, guys. Let's see. Candle looks nice. Now remember, if you look over on your ES chart, anybody that's on Twitch and Kick, they're looking at the full screen with the ES and NQ. We're retapping a 15-minute IFEG, and we're still in this 15-minute bearish FEG. But this is a good sign here. Let's see. We got 2 minutes to close. I'm going to get rid of that. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Clean the chart up a bit. So nice respect of this 5-minute here. We got our 15-minute IFEG. I really want to see this 15-minute get retapped. I want to see this 15-minute equilibrium right here get retested. Really what I want to see. And then I would potentially be open maybe even just at this high right here and not be greedy and maybe just leave a runner. Something like that. Let's see. I am gonna flip the MNQ chart to the left here and just do a little cleaning up here. We got the 15-minute larger. High 15 FET is there. Basically, I'm just updating my MNQ chart here real quick, guys. On the anyone on TikTok won't even see it, but because I will be, if I do enter, I will be trading. But I want to do all of my starting on the mini. Okay. Pop through there. Now we got this 5-minute range right here. All right, here we go. This is when we would see us potentially pull back in. I'm gonna swap around here. Here's MNQ, guys. This is what I'm gonna be actually looking to trade on. And then what is that high? That next high for us is, I think I had on the 1 hour. This right here. I'm gonna mark this as minor buy side. This is high of day. Yeah, Jake, I'm looking for long. All right, and then anyone on the full screen platform, I'm back. I'm gonna have ES back on the left side now. Yep, looking for longs. I want I want to stay in line with the higher time frame trend. But if we fail, if we have a lower high forming on the higher time frame, right here is where we're going to get it. Because ES has pulled into a bearish 15-minute that we've already inversed here on NASDAQ. And so far, it's still respecting consequent encroachment or the 50% of that FEG. So I think this is the point that we would get the failure swing if we get it. So we definitely need to be monitoring ES as well. And then this is also a 1 hour FEG. So we're basically trying to buy out of a 15-minute, a 30-minute, and a 1-hour FEG. All right, here's our retap coming. Good that we did not jump in impulsively, as this last 5-minute candle did show some further extension at one point. And then also, guys, we got to keep in mind that we do have some defense being played here by this 5-minute. Okay. Hit the follow, Jake. Shout out to Jake. All right, here we go. Getting a little impulsivity. That looks nice. We got really stacked 5-minute fair value gaps right here on NQ. Retapping that 5-minute or 15-minute IFEG. And look, also, guys, always keep reference. Where's the 4-hour open? We want to see that 4-hour open. Now that we have flipped above it, we really don't want to see it turn back over. If it does, then more than likely, what kind of 4-hour candle are we going to get? Right? And that's not the candle you want to trade. You want to trade candles like this on the 4-hour. Right? All right, very nice tap into, look, high, low, consecutive up close candles. That's my 5-minute Dilling range, 5-minute equilibrium. Look, 15-minute equilibrium is here that we marked off the 15-minute Dilling range from this high down to this low. We're coming right back in and retesting that as support now, or testing the 5-minute equilibrium as support. Remember, equilibrium is the same thing as a fair value gap. It is a continuation confluence. Okay. We really need to see. So now ES again is tapping into this bearish 15-minute that we flipped IFEG on NASDAQ. And obviously this 15 minutes looking pretty bearish right now. Okay. We need that thing to start buying its way back up, like right here, because we're at a very pivotal zone on NASDAQ. It's now is the time. Guys, cannot forget to always, 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 always keep ES this as your center focus, even if you want to trade NASDAQ. Okay. ES is the big brother. It is the most traded asset in the world. You got to look at what it's doing. NASDAQ is the little brother to ES. All right, 2 minutes, 30 seconds left on this 5-minute. I need this thing to be the low wick of the 5, and I need to see this thing start to extend here. Looking good. Okay, that just went IFEG. See if we get it pulled back a little bit more. Here it comes. Testing this. Testing this IFEG. Maybe not. Being patient. Now we have a 1 minute FEG formed here. So far, ES looks okay to go retest this high to potentially get it further into that 15-minute bearish FEG that it's fighting right now. All right, I'm in this. I'm in longs here. Now, I'm going to be pretty quick to cut out of this if this thing starts feeling wrong. And I'm honestly probably looking for this high right here. So, stop. Always going to put my stop associated to at least 5 minute structure. I don't want to get stopped out if I'm literally just wrong on the 1 minute chart. All right. 3 minutes left on this, 3.5 minutes left on this 5 minute candle. I need the 5 minute to hold. If this thing starts flipping bearish, then I don't don't even want to be in this. I have very strong criteria of what I want. I'm going to keep this thing open. To cut if I need. I want this low to hold and start working its way back up. Need ES to go and start retesting that high that it made in that 15-minute bearish fair value gap. If I get a break of structure, a break of that high, I can probably look to reduce my risk a bit. This is the first trade of the day, guys. Did not trade yesterday, sat through the entire CPI with no trade. Got to be patient. I've been very patient for this setup. I like it. I don't really like the time, but the market honestly has been moving pretty good around this 1 o'clock uh, time window. We need to be aware that we're also going to be getting a new hourly candle in about 12 minutes. We need to actually go to set a quick alarm on my computer so that I don't accidentally do alarm. We're going to set it for 12:59. All right, alarm's on. I really want to, at minimum, reduce my risk before that hourly candle. I'm watching this 15-minute on ES and the 5-minute ES very closely. And guys, the number one sign that that hourly candle is about to manipulate you out of your current position is if it leaves an SMT at this high. For me, from my data, you have the SMT at the high on your 5 or 15-minute chart. Holding through an hourly open is freaking dangerous, especially a 4-hour open, which we don't have right now. I need this high to get ran on both of them. So all eyes right here on this high and its corresponding high on ES. No, none of them have taken it yet. We're just looking for a very just a chunk. There it is. There's our high. Nice. Both of them took it off the same candle. Very good. I like that. 3 minutes left on this 5 minute. I want it honestly now, like this thing, maybe it can really run for us. 15 minutes, got 8 minutes left. What we don't want to see, guys, is this thing start peeling back on the 15-minute and leaving a really high wick or a long wick on the top of the 15-minute chart, which is what it's doing as soon as I said that. That would be my only fear. We want to see it, keep its foot on the gas. A new higher high, we would assume that it's going to make some sort of higher low now, which is okay. So a little, pullback on these really low time frames is totally fine. But just on the greater picture, this 15-minute and 7 minutes, I don't want to see a huge higher wick on it. That 5 minute sure doesn't look very good to me. ES is holding above this high right here, which I like. As I said, guys, ES is the big brother. There goes all my gains. Gotta love some unrealized gains. Uh, ES seems to be holding decently right now above this swing high on the 5 minute. 1 minute left on this 5 minute. Really would like the Bulls to step back in here for down in time frame here. Starting to dig on me. Oh, see that 15 minute? Look at that. You see how ugly that thing is? That is not how you want that thing to close. Don't get manipulated out yet because it's not over. 5 minutes left. But that's not how you want that thing to close. Because remember, you're in a bearish fair value gap still on ES. You've inversed it already over here, which is the only reason you can, have a trade set up on it, or for me at least. I need this thing to buy back up from here. ES is holding very well above that high. Cool Collective. See it not giving the right signal. You got to cut it. Try again next time. Keep those losses small. That's the name of the game. Small losses. All right, we got this 5 minute candle right here. This is going to tell us the story. All right, it's put in this wick on the bottom. I need this to be the low of the 5 right here. I need that low to form like in the next minute or so and start to flip back up. 4 minutes left. Like that. There we go. That's what we want. Now we want to see it continue. ES is running that is the high now. So ES looks like it's now going to want to target this high. So again, coming up on that hourly open, guys, we don't want the SMT into the open of the hour. We're at very critical time here. We're coming up on halfway through the 5 minute candle. You would assume that it's going to open and then do its manipulation, and then about halfway through roughly, it's going to stop manipulating and actually go in the direction it's going to close in. Doesn't always do it exactly like that, obviously, but that is the theory in which I've subscribed to. ES is looking like it's falling off now. 3 minutes left on the 5. I'm totally okay cutting this right here if I have to. 2 minutes left, 2 minutes 50 seconds. So 2.5 minutes is the halfway mark. Gotta be very careful going into this hourly open, because right now we could cut and it's not even really a loss. I mean, it is, but I mean, in theory, but this thing to freaking turn and burn. But even if it turns and burns here, I still smell the SMT at the high, because ES is very close to its high, and NQ is not. All right, 2 minutes left. Last 2 minutes of the 15-minute candle. Needed to close that wick. Needed to close off the wick. Let's look at the 15. See this high wick on it? right? Yeah, we swept a high. That's great, but we're leaving that high wick. I don't want to see that. I would like this thing to pop back up, close some of that wick off. And honestly, looking at NQ, for me to stay in this trade, I really need ES to just calm down just a little bit and not take this high yet, where we get the SMT. But again, that's another 15-minute closing inside that bearish fair value gap. Need it to at least get over equilibrium. Comes my alarm, decision-making time for Mr. Zach's trade. 50 seconds. See what we look like here. Don't have a 15-minute underneath us. No SMT at the top. Try to rejoin, Fred. I like the pop there. There's the hourly open. Both took the high there. That's nice. ES is coming up on the very top of that 15-minute bearish fair value gap now. That looks good to me. Again, we just don't want the hour to open with a big wick to the upside, which would look good for us in that moment, and start to peel back. Which would give you that kind of, if this is your hourly open, we don't want to see it open high, then start to peel back and then flip and then leave us a bearish candle like that on the 1 hour. Nice extension there. I mean, we have no downside wick on ES. So honestly, I'm assuming this is very important, guys. Everyone that is new to trading or still struggling to find profitability needs to understand this. Look at your ES hourly open. Okay. You have no wick to the downside. So, what is that telling me? What is that telling me? That is telling me more than likely this great move that looks so good for my trade right now is probably the manipulation of the hour. Okay. So, what is that? What does that tell me? Okay. That means that I need to be very aggressive with this thing on taking profits and not holding this thing too long. Okay. So right now I'm basically getting out right at the swing high here. Next swing high. So I'm not being greedy in my target. But we also are still having some defense played on us through this 5 minute right here. Okay. We don't want the hour to open, drive into a 5 minute FEG, and then start to reject. So there's our H1 open there, and start to reject it. getting a nice hold and continuing to hold and pop higher on ES. It's getting right up to that gap fill on that 15-minute that we've been fighting against. Very nice, obviously, candle in our direction so far. I'm gonna go break even on the trade solely out of no wick to the downside. That to me is very sketchy. I gotta protect the capital here. Risk off now. We got 38 seconds on this 5-minute. I really want to see this 5-minute inverse this FEG. That would be very nice. Come on now. 11 seconds. Doesn't look like we're going to get it. ES is still holding nicely, though. Anybody that wants to watch full screen with ES and NQ side by side, I do have a landscape orientation on TikTok that you can watch, or I am live on Kick and Twitch as well. I will be full screen landscape. Let's see if this thing will just pop off this 5-minute open. No. See what we get here. Nice pop there. Thing is really running. Bring that down to 7 of my cons, and then I'm gonna leave myself. Oh no, don't pull back on me. ES is still holding. I'm not gonna get tricked out of it yet. Needs a hold here. Pop back up. I'm gonna be quick to cut this thing, guys, and take what the market gives me. I need this thing to hold right in here. This is a very critical spot because ES is above that 15-minute. I need that thing to go IFEG, and it's looking like it's holding on ES. So I'm going to ignore the ugly 5-minute candle I'm seeing on NQ because ES is the big brother and it's telling me that it's still driving higher. Don't let NASDAQ trick you guys out of your spots, bro, out of your trades. Yeah, ES is looking very bullish. We're looking like we're going to get potentially the 15-minute to go IFEG if it continues. Let's see if we can get this thing to run through this high a bit. Squeeze a little more. I'll probably take that. If this thing really starts to run, I'm going to take these last 2 sell limits for those 1 contracts, and I'm going to start dragging them up towards current high of the day. Yeah, there. See that, guys? See that? That's why you have to watch ES, bro. That's why you gotta watch ES, see how it's moving. It is the big brother. I'm gonna take 7 cons off here. I'm good with this. I'm gonna take it to this high right there. Not gonna be overly greedy. Now we're looking, starting to peel back on me a little bit on ES. Need this thing to hold. Keep running. ES is looking very good on the 5-minute, very good on the 15-minute. It starts to fall off and ES starts looking not as good. I'm probably going to take the 7 contracts off here and then just go break even on the last 2 and try for this for higher prices. And I would be okay with that for the day. Good flow so far. All right, last 5-minute candle on this 15. I just want ES to hold above the 15-minute FEG. We did just inverse this 5-minute now on NQ. We could look to retap that potentially. Thanks for the follow, Kendo. See if this thing will give us one more 5-minute extension or not. We do have a very obvious 5-minute FEG opened in here now that it could want to pull back into. See if we get some extension here on ES. ES is still kind of doji on this last 5-minute and the last 5-minute increment of the 15-minute. But the 15 minutes looking pretty good. Be patient with this thing here. Be a little patient. As long as ES is holding strength, I don't want to get out. If it starts to fall back, then I could probably take the 7 contracts off here. Not really worth a few extra points. ES is flipping bearish. Oh, I'm so very tempted to take this off right here. I'm going to take it off. All right, I'm out of those 7. All right, so I'm canceling this. I'm take my stop down to. I just don't want to. I don't want to suffer it coming back down into the FEG potentially. So I'm going to put one of my limits right at this swing high, right there, and then I'm going to put my other one right, maybe a few ticks under high of day. And then I'm going to move my stop up just a little bit. I want to give it a few ticks under this 5-minute FEG. But what I I don't really want to see it run back through the hourly open, and I don't really want to see it go back through this 5-minute that it just fought to inverse. And now it's open, like I just mentioned, this 5-minute bullish fair value gap here. Got a lot of bullish PD arrays in this one little spot here that I don't really want to see it run all the way back through. And if it does, then I want to go ahead and get out. All right. So risk off the table, good profit secured. I'm honestly okay either way now. So I'm just gonna let this thing cook. Jake Kendo, welcome to the community. We are only about I think 1 month and a week into the Zach's Trades community. So any of you joining the community, you're getting in on the ground floor. So I appreciate the early support. I don't have any affiliate code to any prop firm. I don't have any course that I'm charging for. Um, Nothing. I'm solely here just to trade. I like to trade live to, you know, meet new people that are also trading, trade with you guys, interact with you guys. And honestly, it's been helping me stay disciplined to my rule set. Because obviously I can't get on here and say, hey, you should do this, and I'm over here doing the opposite, right? Like it's giving me accountability in my trading, which is really what I'm getting out of it. Um, I'm not really trying to monetize anything off of doing this. I'm solely here just to make money trading and uh, build a solid community of people looking to do the same. So appreciate anybody getting in on the ground floor. You can follow me if you prefer having the full screen uh, chart layout rather than this vertical view that you have on TikTok Live. You can always jump over to Kick or Twitch, and it's the same handle at Zach's ZAX_trades, and you can see the side-by-side ESNQ and landscape there. Or if you prefer staying on TikTok, totally fine. Totally up to you. So it looks like a majority of my profit I got off about maybe right at 40 points ish. So pretty decent. Wasn't really looking for any kind of grand slam anyway. But the moral of the story is we here on this channel, the main thing that I practice and I try to influence everyone else to practice is patience and letting your plan work out in the long term over the next 30 trades, over the next 50 trades, not what this trade is or the next 2 trades. Okay. So I just watch the market run. I'm not going to move my chart because I'm recording my trade here, but for my short form content, but I would guess probably 300 points plus at least off the New York AM Open, the 9:30 Open, and we literally just sat on our hands and let it run. And we had very strict criteria of what we were looking for continuation. And we sat here. I was honestly close to getting off and then things started flickering for me that the continuations were looking good, and you know we jumped in our trade. We took a chunk of our profits off when we started seeing a little bit of resistance, which I'm totally fine with, and we're letting a few runners run with no downside risk, which is, as you all know, the best place to be in trading. Let's see if we can get this thing to pop through this high. Now, with this high, guys, we do need to make note that we are going to be forming an SMT with ES, at least temporarily. Actually, no, we're not. Take that back. ES's structure just looks different. We're actually already taken this high on ES. It's just not as prominent of a high. If we can get this order off here, nice. Stop's going to 1. And honestly, now, guys, I'm going to get pretty aggressive with trailing this. I'm not giving up all this profit. Again, probably just going to go under the 5-minute low for now. It's only one contract. Nice expansion there. And it's giving it all back up. GG. Yeah, GG's in the chat, Kendo. Appreciate it. And some people that are, some people are very like highly critical in trading, guys. And they would criticize someone for seeing this candle kind of start flipping bearish here. Because what you have to understand is the correlation in time right here on this candle where I did sell 7 of my contracts. Okay. Because at that point in time, we had not inverse the 15-minute bearish 15-minute bearish FEG on ES. ES is the big brother. Yes, it was looking bullish. Yes, it was above that fair value gap at that time. But if this started to peel back and get aggressive, then ES could have closed another 15-minute candle inside of that 15-minute bearish fair value gap. And honestly, at that point, I'm already up $600-700, whatever. I'm not going to sit there and take risk of losing all that. I'm not. So for me personally, and I'm about to measure it here. Let's see. So off that candle where I sold, so to that high where I originally had my limit order sitting is 13 points. So maybe $100, right? Like just, I mean, you got to ask yourself, like, what is actually worth it? To me, just $100 is not worth losing 700 potentially in unrealized gain. Just not. So looks like we're actually in. Now that I'm seeing it, I'm honestly, if I would have saw that beforehand, we're actually in a bearish 1-hour FEG on ES. Might have, honestly speaking, that might have scared me out of taking that trade if I would have saw that. Right when we closed that hour, remember when I marked this hourly open, I kind of made a big deal about that. It may have scared me out somewhere in here. So ES has not inversed that 1 hour FEG. It does look nice and bullish inside of it currently. But we got 36 minutes left on that hourly candle. No wick to the downside, which is kind of alarming to me. We do not want to see this thing start peeling back down. I'm hugging that stop very close. What the so we got a 2 minute, little 2 minute there, 1 minute. Looks like we're gonna potentially form a small 5 minute here. See what ES is looking like. So we're not gonna have that same gap on ES. ES's first 5 minute that's opened is down here. Now, does just because it taps this 5 minute down here does not mean that it can't go hit high of day after. Just I'm not gonna sit through all that. So we do have a very small 5 minute open there. And then we could also look at our filling range. There's our equilibrium of that 5 minute range. I really don't even want to see it get through this 5 minute, to be honest. Maybe wick into it is fine off the start of this 5 minute candle. Make that low wick and then start to pop back up. I would want to see this equilibrium in this 5 minute kind of be our defense. We'll be opening a 15 minute fair value gap in here in 3 minutes. So I'm watching this tap very closely right now, guys. I want this thing to tap and pull away. If it starts to fell here, then I'm probably going to call it. ES is looking pretty weak on the 15 minute. Got a big long wick to the upside, and now it's back towards its open. Essentially about to flip bearish. I'm gonna bring stops up just a bit here. See this thing start to hold on ES maybe. Kendo, you're about to make my about to give you some fame, okay? Diana, hey, how are you? Doing well. Can't be too bad. Floating profit with nothing at risk, so can't be too bad. Got 1 minute left on this 15-minute candle. Looking a little suspect to me, guys, to be honest. Probably might bring in a 15-minute bear or bullish fair value gap. Yeah, I got my close position up here. Honestly, I'm 15 seconds. I'm gonna wait and see if this 15-minute pops higher off the open. If it hits that, yeah, just tap that 15-minute that it just formed on ES there. See if it gets a pop. If not, I'm just gonna walk away. Right here. See if it pops. Otherwise, it's probably gonna wanna dig deeper in. There's the pop. Yep, there it is. I need ES to continue here. Start driving towards a high. All eyes now shift to this high right here and here. I don't want the 15-minute that just started to throw a high wick and then start to peel back on ES. We definitely have some bullish P arrays down in here that it could want to drive into for continuation. Basically just a doji right now on ES on the 15-minute. 5 minutes not looking too good on ES or on we hear your game. I don't know what that means. Check, check, check. Yeah. Mic looks good. Mine. All right, let's see if that's enough. Anyone that's oh yeah, there it is. Now flip. All right, I'm out, guys. That's it for me. So I'm gonna take this and move it here, and that is that was the trade for today. Very nice. Not quite to TP3, but we'll take it. All right, I want to thank everybody for joining and trading with me today. Make sure you guys follow the channel at Zach's Trades on Kick, Twitch, whichever one's your preference. One on YouTube. I'm sorry, anyone that's on TikTok, you can see the full screen landscape view of NQ and ES side by side over on Kick and Twitch if you prefer. If not, totally fine to stay on TikTok. Anyone that's on Kick and Twitch, make sure you follow at Zach's Trades on TikTok or Instagram, whichever one you use, to see my short uh, form content. I forget what they call it. Some short form content, and I'll also notify on those channels when I go live as well. So I appreciate it. We're about, like I said earlier, about 1 month and a week into the channel. So I appreciate everybody getting in on the ground floor and showing support. And I will definitely be on tomorrow morning for New York AM. I will potentially be on for London session later tonight. Just kind of depends on what price is looking like at that time. But I will catch you guys on the next one. Peace.